Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
so I think. Put your vote on it.
And your vote also.
Clerks will call the roll. Here. Present.
Good morning, I'm here.
Gary Pickens, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
J.D. Johnson, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constance Dubois.
Thank you. Our invocation today will be delivered by Pastor Jonathan Pena from Hill City, Mansfield, Texas. Welcome, sir. Thank you for coming out today.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Come on, thank you, commissioners and Judge Whitley, for this opportunity. Let's go before the Lord in prayer. Jesus, we love you so much, Father. We just thank you for this moment, Lord. I pray wisdom upon this court. Lord, I pray for supernatural solutions to complicated problems. Lord, I pray right now, Lord Jesus, that you would you'd put us at ease. Lord, all the emotions that can get stirred up in moments like this, Father. I pray that people would speak confidently, concisely, Lord Jesus. You would organize their thoughts, Father, that you would be about their lips, Father. And I pray right now, Lord Jesus, that as decisions are made, Father, they'd be made in the best interest of the people that they represent. Father, I pray that you continue to bless Tarrant County, Lord Jesus. We just pray that all the crazy things that seem to be happening right now and all the different factors that seem to be going, Lord, I pray that there'd be a hedge of protection about Tarrant County, Father, that you just give Judge Whitley wisdom, Lord, in how to make decisions, Lord Jesus. Father, we pray that you continue to bless this great state of Texas, Father. We love you, Lord. We pray all of these things in your holy and your precious name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you, Pastor. Mr. Manius?
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the court, we have announcements related to the agenda this morning. First, we do have public hearings this morning. One is concerning the salaries of certain elected county and precinct officials within Tarrant County government. And then the second one is a public hearing on the county's fiscal year 2020 budget. We'll open and close those public hearings after receiving any comments from the audience. Also, we will not take action on those during that time. We will take action on both of those issues when we get to the county administrator section. Speaking of the county administrator section, on item 9A4, this is a tax abatement between Tarrant County and Rivian Automotive. We're going to hold that particular item at this time. Also, on item number 8, which is on the consent, these are ILAs with the various cities as relates to vaccination support services. We need to gather just a little more information on each one of those, so we will be holding that particular item also and then bringing it back when we get just a little bit more information. We are also going to take various items out of order. I believe that the hospital district is going to give us a presentation concerning the bond package, or their bond package. And I think that Mr. Early and his team, I know Derek is here, but I believe we told them to be here at around 10:30. So I think we'll be timely on that. After that, we'll go into the administrator section, and we'll cover those first two items as it deals with salaries and the FY22 budget. And then when we get to the third item, we're going to ask Mr. Tenasia to come forward and to make his presentation on an update on health-related issues in Tarrant County. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Court members, you have before you the minutes of our regular meeting of September the 14th.
Move for approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0 with Commissioner Allen for that particular motion. Announcements. We've got today in our employee recognition, we are caught up. This will mark the final catch-up of all of those that I missed or that we missed through the cancellation of our employee recognitions beginning in, I guess it was April of 2020. And so it's been a long haul. I think Rachel is as excited about us being caught up as I am. And so we'll go through that. But before, do any of y'all have any other announcements you'd like to make at this time?
Yeah, actually, I do have one, Judge. Thank you. Just wanted to announce for everyone, for the first time being hosted in Tarrant County is a 3-day celebration called the Ramblin' Roads Music Festival. So it's for 3 days from October 1st through October 3rd over at 18 different live music venues. There will be a number of concerts, live music and special events, including a classic car show, an urban art market, and a gospel brunch and more. This is all hosted by Downtown Arlington. So please do visit RamblinRoadsFest.com. That's with no G, RamblinRoadsFest.com. And I'm happy to support this event. And I believe that the judge, you're supporting it as well, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I'm very excited about this. I kind of hope that this might be the beginning of the North by North that will not only rival South by Southwest, but will far exceed. I think we have the capabilities in this area too.
We do have some coolness to aim for.
We really do.
Yeah.
And there's some great things going on in Arlington right now. They have several venues that will, I think, produce some excellent opportunities, and I'm very excited about being a part of that this year.
Yep. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
Your Honor, the Sheriff's Department lost 2 deputies during the past week. I do not have the names this morning, but I did read them in the morning paper. I guess I could look
Jennifer,
them up quickly.
would you please?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You need to
Mr. Brooks.
come up here.
And we'll definitely want to.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks, for recognizing them. I appreciate that. We did lose 2 officers. We lost William Howard Gudgel. We lost him on Friday. He had over 40 years of law enforcement experience. He worked in our warrants division, and he spent many years in Baytown, Texas as a fire marshal. On Sunday, we lost Matthew Pagan. He was one of our booking techs. He has a family, 3 boys and a wife, and we lost him to COVID on Sunday. So thank you for recognizing him. Appreciate it.
Our thoughts and prayers are with the families of those 2 officers who experienced their end of watch this past week. Our prayers are also with their co-workers in the Tarrant County Sheriff's Department. And I ask that we close court today in honor of those 2 fallen officers.
Thank you. It's very appreciated.
Thank you.
Just a note on that, I think I sent you all an email this morning, notification that one of our facilities employees passed yesterday of COVID also, 46 years old, and we have that name in your email.
Please add that name to the honor list today.
It's,
Alan Sanders.
Jason Sanders.
Yeah, Jason Sanders, I'm sorry, yes, Jason Sanders.
Yes, please, we need to keep working on this. We need to stay the fight, and we need to just keep doing everything we can to curb this spread of this pandemic. I know that county clerk put together kind of a timeline and a book on the COVID. Those books are in the commissioner's offices as well as in my office and some of the tax office locations. If anyone would like to purchase the book, it's $20 cash. Just bring us a picture of Jackson. And that's the way we're going to do that. And so if you're interested in purchasing one of the books, please stop by and do that. Okay, so we're at that employee recognition. This particular group of folks represent the May and June of 2021. Again, as I said, this is the last group. We are now caught up. We began again in July, and so our first person we're going to recognize today is Donnie Coker. Donnie? CSCD, 25 years, started out, actually he started while he was still in college, I believe, as an intern, was probation pre-sentence investigative officer assigned to Judge Wish, then as a bond officer and as a court officer with Judge Wish, then to Judge Newcomb. So really, unlike many, he has spent all of his career working within the court and within the judge, within 2 courts that he's worked with. When I asked him about memorable moments, he said, I got a million stories, but just working with the county and seeing the changes over the years has probably been the most memorable. I asked him what he liked most. He said there are ups and downs. Has been a lot of retirement parties that he's seen, and hopes he has the same level of respect when he retires. And from the conversation we had, I'm sure that he will have. Feels like he has had an impact. He said, I've worked with a lot of people that he has really respected on all sides of the process, whether it be the attorneys, whomever the group may be. He said there's a lot of good that happens that goes unnoticed. He said, the time's gone by pretty quick. Donnie, we thank you very much for your 25 years of service to Tarrant County. You may want to get your Kleenexes out. Next is Tim Everhart, Sheriff's Office. There's Tim back in the back, 25 years. Started with the Sheriff's Office at Belknap, then the second shift at Pods, did kitchen, did some work in the booking area, hospital pool, then to the release and to the bond desk. Memorable moments, he said, I was in the kitchen when 9/11, and I think as we've celebrated the 20th anniversary of that tragic event, we've all seemed to think about, and once again, everybody knows where they were that day. I've never come across anyone when I asked them where they were on 9/11 that they did not know. He said what he likes most is the feeling of the family. He said his mom worked for the county, his cousin, Captain Bell, worked for the county. And then he said, I guess here's the most memorable. He said, my wife has been a diabetic since she was 5 years old. And in 2018, her kidneys had failed. She was on dialysis, had been on dialysis for a little over a year. And at that time, a tragedy struck a friend and a coworker in the release area, Kevin Fletcher. He said his daughter, Kevin's daughter, had passed away. And Kevin, knowing what his wife was going through, reached out in what had to be one of the hardest moments of Kevin's life and asked for his wife's information to help facilitate a kidney donation. After a whirlwind of tests, the doctor said there could not have been a better match unless they'd been twins. So as of today, almost 3 years later, the kidney's going strong. Now, if that don't talk about, and that doesn't demonstrate the family and how strongly and how seriously we take the folks that we work with, I don't know what could. This is what Tarrant County family means. And so, Tim, I know you're fortunate. Kevin, we can't thank him enough also to just feel like at that traumatic part in his life, he was thinking of his fellow family members and doing that. So Tim, thank you so much for the 25 years of service you've given Tarrant County. Next is Anita Guerrero, Juvenile Services. Started as a temp in elections and worked there for around 4 years, then went full-time in '96 for elections, then to Juvenile Services in '97, was promoted to secretary in '99 and has been there ever since. Memorable moments, as I think we are all, we're getting tired of it, but the memorable moments is the pandemic. And then also the celebration of the old courthouse in 1995. She, again, was working part-time in elections. But I know Robert got everybody, they all dressed up in the era. And when they were celebrating the 100th year anniversary of the old courthouse, what she likes most is the way the county looks out for their employees. The flexibility, the benefits. She said the time has gone by really quick. She said, I really didn't expect to be here this long, but she said, I absolutely love working for a great group of folks. Anita, thank you so much for your 25 years of service. Now, Pam Leary, don't you do that to me. Pam Leary is celebrating 25 years with CSCD. She wasn't going to be able to make it today. She is in the mental health diversion program. So please, if you see her, please congratulate her on her 25 years of service. Next, Melissa Lee. 25 years, she is our purchasing agent. She started off in purchasing as a junior buyer, was then promoted to senior buyer, became contracts administrator when that position came up, which was around the time of SAP. Became the assistant purchasing agent in 2017. And then in 2020, she had the title of interim for a little bit, but we all knew that she was going to be the purchasing agent. We just had to wait the time for it to happen. Memorable moments, she said the pandemic, again, has overshadowed everything. And, and that's the thing. We got to move on. And we're going to lick this pandemic. We're going to continue to do everything we can to fight it, but we got to move on. She loves everything about working for the county, the opportunities for training for her and for professional training. She said when I came in, I'd worked for, I think you said you had worked for 4 different companies in 6 years. And she said, then I came into the public sector, and all of a sudden I realized that I had 4,000 customers. That every employee, every person in the county was one of her customers. Her dad retired from government, and I think kind of urged her to look to the county or to look to government for a job. She said, I saw the job at the county, I applied for it, and I absolutely love it. Her husband also had worked for the county. He retired after 28 years, Greg, and she said, I have a daughter now that's working in the juvenile services area. I think you said she was working in the kitchen. So, Melissa, thank you so much for your 25 years at the county, and we look forward to you working there for many, many, many more years. Next is Clifton Shelton with the Sheriff's Office, and I don't think he was going to be able to make it today. So when you see him, congratulate him on his 25 years of service. Next is Kimberly Scarpa, Sheriff's Office, also was not going to be able to make it today, 25 years, so please thank her. I think we may be, Donna Zavala was not going to be able to make it. She had a doctor's appointment that had been scheduled several months ago. 25 years of services in juvenile service. And then finally, Carl Weston, and I don't believe Carl was going to be able to make it. He started off in the sheriff's office, but now is in as a deputy constable in Constable Precinct 1, 30 years of service. So when you see Carl, please congratulate him on his 30 years of service to Tarrant County. We're caught up. 504C, we've got some recognition and some cookies. I wish we could do more, but we can't thank you enough for the service that you've provided to Tarrant County for these 25 and 30 years. You're what makes the difference between us and the other 3,000, I'm going to say 3,068 counties in this country, because I haven't found any county that I would rather be a part of than this county right here. Thank you very much. And I'll move that we receive and file the employee recognition.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Court members, you have before you the consent agenda.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and second to approve the consent agenda. Please, was there an item that we were going to pull off there for?
We pulled item number 8 on
Okay.
the agenda.
Okay, so as is noted. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Public hearings.
Members of the court, if we can go to item A under the public hearings. We are requesting that the Commissioners Court conduct a public hearing and to receive input concerning the salaries of certain elected county and precinct officers contained within Tarrant County government's fiscal year 2022 budget. This public hearing is a requirement of state law, and a copy of the legal notice and the notifications concerning the salaries and allowances of these officials have been published, and they are attached to your court communication dealing with this particular public hearing.
Okay, I will open the public hearing at this time and ask if there's anyone wishing to speak to this matter. And I have 3 I know that have prepared or have filled out audience participation sheets. The first is Devin Pipes.
Morning.
Good morning.
I'm just here to speak against any salary raise for elected officials this year. We had this come up for a vote last year, and I think y'all decided against it because, you know, the pandemic and economics, and I don't think the economic aspect of the pandemic has been any better. I think we're getting better on the pandemic side, but economically, I think we're probably worse off this year than we were last year. So I'm just against that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next is Robert Bucher.
I'm Robert Bucher. I'm going to have to say that I'm against this right now. I don't think we're fiscally in a good position to be for any kind of approvals for a raise. There's thousands of businesses that still haven't been able to recover, or if they ever will recover, some businesses are barely in the black, just now getting there. I think we need to hold off on this for probably one more year, and then maybe we'll look and see if we're more sound. I mean, when we're having to sell off our collateral in the 555 million range, I think we need to hold tight before we move forward on this. Thank you.
I would note that I believe the county is very fiscally sound, and I disagree with you on that point. Next is it Nancy Groves? Good morning.
Good morning. I publicly also want to agree with the other two gentlemen. I'm opposed to any raises at this time to elected officials for the same reasons. This isn't the year to do that. We need to hold off and think about it maybe in another year or two.
Thank you. That's all I show asking to speak to this particular public hearing. So I will close the public hearing, and
There's no action that we're
no
requesting.
action at this particular
Not
point.
until we get to the administrator section. If we can go to item B of the public hearings. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court conduct a public hearing to receive public input concerning the Tarrant County government's fiscal year 2022 budget. As stated in your court communication, the state law requires that we conduct a public hearing, and all the required public notices have been published. A copy of that notice is attached to your court communication.
I will open the public hearing at this time and ask if anyone wishes to speak to this matter. I have one audience participation, Thomas Torlincasi.
Judge Whitley, commissioners, staff members, and taxpayers, citizens, really the most important people in the room and watching on TV. Did you know it costs $420 for a private citizen to file a pro se lawsuit in federal court? The reason why I make that point is because the TRWD board was served this morning
Mr.
with that law.
Torlincasi, if you're going to talk to the budget, our 2022 budget, you can do that. If you want to talk about other things, you can do that in the 3 minutes that you have set aside.
I'm in the second sentence, Judge. I'm going to get there. I have 3 minutes and you've used 20 of my seconds, so I'm reclaiming the
Stick
time.
with the 2020 budget.
All right. In the 2020 budget, there is $1 million plus line items specifically for money to TRWD. I do not know if there's additional monies for TRWD for TIF-related things. Perhaps there is water and sewer items. There are a number of things that I'm encouraging you to set aside, hold back, make contingent, set a specific parameter for the TRWD based specifically on what happened yesterday and this morning. You're running the public hearing right for the most part. They ran their public hearing for their 22 budget, fiscal budget, by opening it. They had people signed up just like me, including Representative Long Burnham. They closed the meeting without allowing public comment. That same thing happened this morning. They voted for their budget. You've been hearing from me multiple times about the problems there. And what I'm encouraging isn't to cut it out specifically, but to identify everything, even things that are indirectly connected to Panther Island, and call for 3 things in order for that budget, for those budget items to be included. And third-party forensic audit in the interest of the county taxpayers. An environmental feasibility study, just like a commercial investment banker would require before they fund property. And if necessary, a special prosecutor. There's no doubt that criminal activity is being done both in the way they conduct their meetings, in their new board governance rules that they passed this morning, and specifically all the way down the pipe to the smallest outlays that the taxpayers of Tarrant County, the city of Fort Worth, you name it, are spending.
Thank you, sir. If there's no one else that wishes to speak at this time, then I will close the public hearing.
Members of the court, if now we could go to the administrator section on item A1. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve the compensation expenses and allowances for certain county and precinct officials as required by Chapter 152 of the Texas Local Government Code. Those individuals are listed in the attachment that has been provided by you or to you on your court communication.
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
I have a few comments to make. One, I'd like to say that generally I don't believe that raises are the rule. They should be the exception. And certainly for some of the reasons that those who provided public comment have shared, I do not think that this is the right time for us to be giving ourselves raises. Now, I know that that is not going to help me gain any popularity with my fellow elected officials. But if it weren't going to be for this reason, it probably would have been for another. So that's just the name of the game. I would add that I'm concerned about us blanketly providing raises, knowing that we are also rewarding some elected officials who are derelict on their duties. We have yet as an organization to conduct a gender-based equity pay study. I know we talked about it during our budget process and that we would do that the next year, but I've yet to receive an update on where we are with that. And then lastly, for our family of over 4,000 4,000 employees, I'm not convinced that they are all earning a livable wage. So for me, I'm choosing to lead by example. And if our 4,000 employees, as well as our taxpayers, aren't in a better position, then I certainly don't think that I should be getting a raise, nor should the other officials. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to respond to you also. I wish that you had done that before we had the vote. But one of the things that I would say is that our county employees have worked very hard the last 2 years.
They have.
Okay. I feel like that we do not give, the elected officials have always been the ones that have gotten the flat amount, but every other individual that works in the county, their raises have to be approved by their supervisors. It's not a cost of living raise, it's a merit. We put a pool amount in, and each one goes through a review process, so it's not just automatic. Our county, because of the elected officials and because of the employees, is on very, very, very strong financial foundation. And I do not believe that simply because, we've done everything we can to help businesses. Our people have worked extremely hard during the last 2 years, and to not reward them for the job that they've done, and I know that many of this is in the elected area, but our elected officials have worked very hard. You talk about some.
I didn't say they didn't.
You talked about some that you said were derelict in their duties. I don't know who you're talking about. You talked about this gender. I don't recall that, and I don't recall you saying a single word about this.
I did.
Well, okay, you did, but I don't remember it.
That's not my fault.
It's not your fault, but you've got a chance up here every week to do whatever you want to do.
And that's what I'm doing.
Well,
and
you
because
did it.
you disagree, then you want to challenge me.
I am going to challenge you because
That's
you had a
fine.
full year.
You had a vote, I had a vote. I made my vote.
You had a full year to continue to request whatever you're asking of this court. You did not do that.
I did request it.
Well,
I did, the time that I made the request was when I made the request.
when
So
was it?
That was during our budget hearings, which we said that we would work on it this year. My point was that I've made the request, and obviously we're not until the next budget year because we haven't even adopted the budget we're not in that budget year.
Well, we'll just agree to disagree with that, so.
That's
okay,
fine.
thank you.
No, hold on, Judge.
Well, no, we can go back and forth if you want to. You could have done this before we voted.
What difference would it have made?
Well, because the item is over with and we're moving to the next agenda item.
I can speak whenever I want to speak, Judge. You
Go right
preside over
ahead.
the court. You don't tell me when to talk or not.
Go right ahead. Go ahead. You want to speak, speak.
I would just say that none of my colleagues' votes do I take personally. Everyone is entitled to his or her opinion, and we were all elected to express and support those opinions. None of it's personal to me, and I will never think less of a colleague because of a vote that he or she cast.
So to be clear, is that I'm not in opposition of employees getting raises, and I understand that elected officials are employees, but they also ran to do the work. So I don't know how I could have be more supportive of our 4,000 employees, understanding that we have always have constraints about how money is spent. And so even in my action, I was very intentional in working with GK in HR and the CDA's office and audit to ensure that even my own employees weren't negatively affected by my decision, since some of their salaries are based off of my salary. So, Judge, if you want to take issue with my decision, that's fine. But what you're not going to do is bully me and try to tell me when I can and cannot talk, or any other way that you choose to bully.
Well, I'm sorry you feel like I'm bullying, but when we talk about an item, and when I ask if there's any discussion, and there is none, and then we vote, and then you decide to discuss, it should be discussed during the time on the agenda.
You don't need to educate me on parliamentary procedure, okay?
Well, maybe I do.
I don't think that you do.
Well, let's move on to the next item if you're okay. But if we have discussion, I would prefer that it be done when we're on the item.
So just make sure that as you're telling me which rules to conduct our Commissioners Court meeting by, you follow the same rules.
I will be glad to do that.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Then fair game.
Item number 2.
Members of the Court, we can go to item number 2. At this point, we're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve the Tarrant County fiscal year 2022 budget at the highest level cost centers and account group categories as follows. General Fund, $720,236,527. Road and Bridge Fund, $41,239,609. And Debt Service Fund, $35,729,454, for a total of $797,205,590.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, members of the court, we are now going to deviate from the administrator's section, and we're going to go to the briefing items, and we're going to first take up the hospital district's bond package and district activities update. So Mr. Petty from the Board of Trustees is going to be the first president. This arrow will take you through.
I haven't seen you that red in a long time, Trent.
Well, you know, I appreciate very much the support of our president always, because last thing he told me was, I'm not going up there, you take care of it. I'm happy to be here today. Want to brief you just a little bit before we bring Derek up about process. Earlier this spring, Mr. Early and I had a long conversation about what the bond program process needed to look like in order to be of the best possible service to you, our patients, the residents of Tarrant County. It is a very large process. As you can imagine, an $800 million project requires a great deal of planning and a great deal of strategizing. As we began to see it unfold in terms of board agenda items, one of the things that we recognized was this could take so much of the board's time that it could become an issue unto itself and really required a different level of attention at the board level. So we created the steering committee. Dr. Weber and I visited Mr. Early The board talked about this and recognized that in order to really be the best possible service, we needed to give this bond program the attention it deserved by creating a steering committee to be able to sort of manage that process a little bit. I'm going to tell you what that committee is and what we do and what we don't do. First of all, those members of the board that are on that committee, Chair-elect Dorothy Dubose is on that committee, D.T. Wynn, Steve Montgomery, and Roger Fisher are on that committee with me. Appreciate all the work that they do. We meet about every 2 to 3 weeks and have been meeting now. This will be our 4th meeting coming up. Let me tell you a little bit about what we do and why we're doing it. First of all, let me clarify what our committee does not do. We are not the decision-making body for the board manager. We are not telling staff what to do, what to put on the agenda, decisions that need to be made about the bond. We're also not telling the staff how to schedule improvements. We're not making recommendations to them about which building goes first or which shovel should go in the ground first. And we're also not reviewing proposals or contract language at all. That's being done through our attorney. Daphne's handling all that. Our job has been to make sure that the process is being communicated correctly and that we are moving this process along. What precipitated our first meeting was some conflict that emerged between staff and us and the board not knowing some things. As we looked through that, it became clear that some additional process and steps would be important to us to do that. So the committee is the result of that. We act as the liaison between the board and also with you. Mr. Manius was able to come to our last meeting, and we have made provision in our steering committee for Commissioners Court representation to be present at any meeting you choose to be at. We encourage it. We enjoy having Commissioners Court representation there. Mr. Manius is able to give us specific information to help us from a policy perspective on what we need to be looking at in terms of preparing information for the court. So that's really what we're trying to do. We've relied very heavily on Daphne to be able to structure our process in a manner that follows state law so that we're not out there on the fringe when it comes to the very important process of RFP and RFQ construction. What you're going to hear today is that we have now been able to forward several RFP and RFQs for imminent release. So we're going to start to get proposals on the bond package, and we're excited about that. I want to let you know that even though it seems to have been a long time since these bonds were approved, COVID notwithstanding, Snowmageddon notwithstanding, there's been a significant amount of work at the board level pushing this process. Anytime you take inventory of the need for an $800 million bond program, the first thing you do in needs assessment is to understand where you are today. And as we begin looking at where we are today, because of the dramatic need for capital improvements at JPS, we recognize that before we could even start some of the bond activity, we had a lot of housework to do in our own building. We have been working diligently for the past year through a maintenance program to address issues that needed to be addressed, and that's been part of this overall effort, all of it geared toward putting us in a position of being ready to now move forward with bond aspects. So we appreciate the confidence that you have in the board. Dr. Weber expresses his regrets for not being able to be here today. He's feeling a little under the weather, but I'll be happy to answer any questions in terms of the board relative to the committee. If not, I will be happy to bring Derek up. He's going to go through our current schedule, the activities that we're observing, and we continue to look forward to Commissioners Court input at our meetings.
Thanks, Trent.
Thank you, Judge.
Good morning.
Morning, Judge. Morning, Commissioners. Good to see y'all again.
Morning.
Morning.
Thank you for the opportunity. It's exciting to get to bring to you a lot of work that's taken place. Before I do that, I would like to acknowledge our team members that are with me, and that's first Robert Early and Adam Lane and Daphne Walker from JPS, and they're truly team members. Also, from our Levis team is Monica Bailey Jackson, Esther Brown, and Roger Witt. So we've been working very, very hard with JPS, very large team that you may remember. I'm going to go through some of our team members, what we've been working on, but also it's a very large team from JPS. And I want to acknowledge all that, the work that has gone in so far, tell you where we are on the campus master plan, explain what the network facilities master plan is, the work we've been doing. As Trent mentioned, some RFQs, RFPs that we're ready to release. And then kind of finish up with where we are with the ambulatory network and the medical homes, which I think is some exciting progress that we're making. So looking at, I think it's the third slide in, explaining that we have a couple of different master plan concepts, but it's the hospital main campus master plan, and then we have what we call the ambulatory or facilities master plan. That's what encompasses the medical homes. So currently we're working on both of those simultaneously, working through where building locations should go, and I'll explain that process of kind of where we are now and where we're going to be in the near future on the main campus as well as the ambulatory network, the medical homes. On the next slide, just illustrating all of the team members that we've got engaged in our process so far. You're familiar with Guidehouse and some of the work that they've done through your CARE Act, but they're part of our team, and they're the ones who work with the JPS strategic planning team. They do all the data analytics, looking at all the volume projections, look at what is the strategy so that we can develop what are the key planning units, and also their focus on the medical homes is looking at where the right location is for the medical homes based off of some evaluation criteria. I'm going to go through that kind of at the very end, but letting you know what Guidehouse is working on, along with Price Waterhouse is doing the financial modeling. We're working every day with Price Waterhouse. With Cumming, if you remember, Cumming was involved in the Citizens Blue Ribbon Report. They're part of our team doing cost estimating and scheduling. We have also working through that is with Meadows Institute. If you remember, they're focused on behavioral health, and we're working with them with Zelia Baugh and her team at JPS, focused on the behavioral health, Psychiatric Emergency Center, as well as the inpatient unit. So those are some of our team members, along with a few others that we're currently working with. We also have a key team member in Case Strategies working on our diversity, outreach, and communication, and that team works consistently with the JPS diversity team as well as their communications, so that we can get the word out about, especially these RFQs and RFPs that are getting ready to be released. How can we get the communication out? How do we communicate to the community so that we can have good representation from Tarrant County, how we have good representation for the Hub MWBE community, and that's something Case Strategies has been working very consistently on. In fact, at the last, not the last executive steering, at the previous one before that, Case Strategies was there kind of explaining their process and what they're working on. They also will be engaged with us as we evaluate as a team, not just Broadus, Levis, but JPS, along with Case Strategies and Diversity, on when we review RFQs and RFPs to make sure that the Hub MWBE requirements are met, but also when those firms tell us what their projected percentages are, that they meet the criteria and they're evaluated by that team as well. Technology is another area that'll be integral. We're working on with the JPS technology team, especially with everything that's happened through COVID. There's a lot of positive things, believe it or not, but one of those is with telehealth. And how do we incorporate all that technology so that we're not designing individual buildings, but it's the network has to work seamlessly almost as one building. So there's a lot of work that's going to go into that technology, not just at the main campus, but also out in the community. And you'll hear some about that here in just a second. So on the next slide, one, what we had talked about was, and I know Vinny and his team have made y'all very aware of dashboards and how we can track things through dashboards. We're doing that. On this particular slide, we're just showing you the progress that we're making during the planning process with the team members that I just mentioned and where we are in that process. So these dashboards can be made available to the commissioners. We're going to host that on the JPS Yes to JPS website so that can be open to the public so they can see what the progress is that we're making. This is based on kind of the percentage of complete so far. Also, something that we're proud of as a Broadus Levis team is the fee. We are at about 61% of the fee that we've received so far from JPS is focused on Hub MWBE, and that's part of who our team is. The next slide is, again, another example of the dashboard and how we're tracking things. I'm going to get into the RFQs and RFPs, but this is how we go through and track where we are in the progress. What Broadus Levis did when we came in and helped JPS evaluate their process to the time that we want to start to write an RFP to the time we can actually get under contract, when we started was about 7 months. And it's a long time, but there's a lot of process. We've been working with JPS on that to narrow that time frame, to work through some of those processes to narrow the gap. And that's one of the reasons why you're going to see some of the early RFQs and RFPs, because we know there's upcoming projects, especially the enabling projects and medical home, that we need to start on that RFP process now to get those written, go through the evaluation process, the selection process, the negotiation, and getting those firms under contract. So that's one of the reasons why we're starting on some of these early. We don't want to wait until things are all vetted and finished. Now we've got another 5 months before we can get somebody on board. So that's something that we're doing to help expedite that.
As a part of your planning process, how have you addressed the disruptions in supply chain that are occurring throughout the construction industry right now, especially on steel and steel-related items? What is your planning for supply chain?
We are really getting ready to enter into that next process. What we've been working on is data collection and service lines and things like that. Our next step, once we get the master plan set, sort of here's where the buildings are going to go. We don't know sizes yet exactly, but that's when Cumming is part of our team, and we have several other team members that are part of this community. Broadus Construction is one. There's others that will be providing us that kind of input into what's going on in the community. We know that the concrete plant in Mansfield, for example, it's down right now. So that will have a big impact on selection of materials and how long that schedule is going to be. That's one of the things that Cumming focuses on specifically, is schedule and what's going on specifically in this market. It will have an impact. So the next slide, these are the current RFQs and RFPs. There's 12 of them that we are working through that process right now. Went through our work, the facilities, the JPS facilities teams, engineering, and then we took that through the executive level at JPS to the executive steering committee. It was evaluated and then brought to the planning and finance committee, and it was approved there. So that is our process throughout. So when you see the work that Broadus Levis is doing and our team members, that's kind of the vetting process that we go through. It's not something we're doing in a vacuum, but we go through that entire process. So what we've got listed in the first one is the medical home. Medical home number 1 is what we've identified. We feel like, according to what we're scheduling and where we are with location and developing where the service lines that go into that location, we would like to have a design build firm on board shortly after the first of the year. So that gives us time to finish all of our evaluation work that we're doing, develop what the services that need to go into those facilities, and then get that in front of the design build firm So they could have about 6 months or so of design, and then we'll be able to start construction right after that. So medical home, it's number one for a reason. It's a high priority, but it's one that we're making some real good, steady progress on. So that's the first one. We've got.
On the medical
Sure.
home, are you, I mean, I know we've got 4 planned.
Yes, sir.
Are we looking at doing completely different designs on each one of them, or trying to follow a pattern that would look at the possibility of not having 4 complete new designs?
Right. I think our assumption going into this would be sort of a prototype, typical, but that's not what's in the planning now. And there's a really good reason for that. We've got a lot of good input from JPS that what's going to go into that medical home is going to be driven by what that particular market's needs are. So there's a lot of social determinants of health. There's a lot of demographic information, a lot of things that's going to go into what that specific planning is. Is there going to be a branding? Is there going to be, we drive up, it's a JPS facility. Yes, we're going to see that from a consistency standpoint. But when we look at different service areas, whether that could be, a higher level of, let's say, diabetes in an area, there's a lot of factors with that. We might want to have some specific diabetes education along with clinics sizing based on that. And that's one example. We'll also look at, does that particular location might want to have an urgent care center? Is there not that service in that particular geographic area? And how can we capture market share? We're looking at serving the needs, the mission of JPS, but we're also looking at how can we bring in patients that may not we have before. So those are going to be specific to those individual locations.
I would hope that one thing that will be consistent in all 4 of the medical homes is community-based mental health services.
Yes, sir. That's very.
And I agree. I hope, but again, what we're talking about and what you just mentioned are things that are inside the building. The outside, the outer skin is what I'm primarily referring to, and again, in an effort to not have 4 different, are we even considering that as we move into the contractor, or we look at the design build, doing the same, using the same design build firm for all 4?
No, we're looking at different, but we will work with the facilities team to have those design standards. So when you see the look and the feel from the exterior, they should be consistent. But it won't be one design build firm that does all 4. That's not the plan right now.
Okay.
And then we set that.
You might want to talk a little bit, I mean, I may be just one of 5, but ultimately that's got to be approved by us. And I don't want to have 5 or 4 different complete plans and 4 different unique looking buildings, so that we get to pay 4 times the architectural fees, 4 times a lot of that.
Okay.
That's just one opinion.
I understand. And we're going to take that into consideration. We'll evaluate that. The thought right now is that there would be that consistency in the branding when you drive up to that facility, that you know that it's a JPS facility. And Commissioner Brooks, I'm glad you mentioned that, because that is one of the items that having Meadows Institute on board, and we've already been talking with Meadows in several discussions, along with Zelia and her behavioral health team, to make sure that behavioral health is in all of the facilities, and it's the right.
It's essential that we be able to decentralize mental health services into the communities where people live. We are building a jail diversion center, which is designed to take persons with mental health issues and bring them into the diversion center and stabilize them and move them back out into the communities? Will there have to be community-based services in order to make that program design work? So it's important that each one of these medical homes have fully robust community-based mental health services.
Yes.
I would just add, I know that we're working to schedule our next JPS community update meeting, but the one that we hosted about 3 or 4 months ago, that the issue of community-based mental health services definitely came up. I think that was of the poll of the top 3 needs that, you know, for those who participated in the webinar was access to women's health services, mental health behavioral services, and also to have weekend hours and evening hours. So, and I certainly share the judge's concerns about the continuity in design. I have a question, since I was not on the court, leading up to the neighborhood medical home in Northeast. Who determined those design standards? What was that process? I would imagine it would be similar here, right? Commissioner Fickus, for the neighborhood medical home that's in your area, what was the process for designing that?
Well, you don't want to do that process.
Okay.
That was almost about an 8-year process, or 6 years, I don't, but no, seriously, we've had a community-based committee that we put together that started off being one type of facility. Then we started looking at different types of facilities. Then we got back, I would say, on track with what we ended up building.
Sure.
Which it's my thought that that was medical home number 1, correct? We're not building another one in precinct 3, or are we?
I don't believe that's.
You say you're building 4, so you must be building 2 in 1 precinct?
Well, we're looking at all of that data currently right now, so we'll vet out where those locations are. And I'm going to skip ahead if I can.
Well, before you, one of the things that I would just say about that medical home in Northeast, I think there are lessons that can be learned.
Yes, sir.
And I hope that whoever and however we're moving forward with the 4 or however many medical homes we're going on from there, that they will, you know, spend time looking at Northeast and determining what, you know, pros and cons were, and if there are, you know, additions, the mental health. I know there's a lot of things that look at, and as you said, I agree very much that you want to look at the community around wherever that location will be and determine what the major needs may be of that particular location with, as Commissioner Brooks mentioned, that there may be some services that are going to be consistent with all of them.
Right. The other component I'll add is flexibility. That's something that in our last executive steering committee meeting that Robert talked about specifically, but it's the right thing to do. And that's providing a building chassis, if you'd like to call it that can be flexible, because as we know, the communities are going to age and things like that. So those facilities need to be built in a way where they can be flexible. For example, we need to, I'm not saying we go out and buy more property than we need, but at the same time, if the thought is that we want to grow that over time, or do we want to add urgent care or after hours, those are specific needs that require certain things. So that building needs to be flexible. What my experience, and I've been in pretty much all the JPS networks and others around the country, the ones that are the most successful are the ones that are very flexible, so that they can adapt and change over time, and they're not kind of fixed.
I've got one question about your spreadsheet. The column that says status, and has a string of Gs going from top to the bottom.
Yes, sir.
What does the G mean?
We did that specifically for one person, and that's for Mr. Early. Mr. Early, and some of us are colorblind, so the G is for green. So if he can't see that it's,
That's part of the reason you hired me.
That
Yes, sir.
explains it.
There you go.
I have the same question too.
It gets brought up quite a bit, but yes, sir, that's what it's for.
Your best answer,
So the last slide I want to show you very quickly is focusing on the right side, the medical homes. This was something that the Guidehouse team has been working on along with the JPS strategy team. It's very, very interesting that the upper left corner, that's the Blue Ribbon Citizens Report. That was the original report that was done.
Do you mean to move your slides?
Oh, I sure do. Thank you. So what they did is they took that and they wanted to see how that moves forward. So we took that information, we refreshed it based off what's current data. And that's what's on the right. So it's more in the red colors. Then in the lower map is we've added some variables to that. We've added some things along with JPS of what are some current prioritization based off of, some demographics, who has internet at home, who has smartphones at home, some of those kind of things, and said, okay, what does that now look like? The interesting thing is they all support back to the Blue Ribbon Report. They don't change drastically. There's a slight change in, I think, South Arlington, but for the most part, the locations are basically the same, and that was very interesting to see that we've added these different dynamics, but it still points to these are the right areas. So we feel very confident as we go into those areas, they're the right locations for the services. Now our next step is what are the specific services that need to go into those areas, and that's our next step.
But to be clear, these stars don't indicate where the brick and mortar building is going to be, because that's the
No.
question that I certainly get a lot. Where's it going to be? Where's it going to be? So
Right.
that has not yet been determined. Right?
That has not been determined. That's what's next steps for our team that then go to the Executive Steering Committee.
So your RFQ will ask respondents to submit a site? Is that?
No,
What
we
we're
will,
talking about?
part of our process that we're going through, we will identify a site along with JPS. So we'll identify the site. The RFQ will have already identified that site, and the planning process of the program will be set based off of the work that we're doing along with our rest of our team members in JPS, so that when the architect starts, they have a good starting point.
So you said you're on the cusp of releasing an RFQ for a medical home.
Correct.
But no site has been selected?
Not yet. And the reason for that is because of the 5 months that it takes to get those firms on board, so that when we get to January timeframe, all of that process will be completed, and then we'll have that ready. The design parameters around that will be based off of the program that we'll be using for that selection process.
I don't see how you expect respondents to properly respond to an RFQ that is not site-specific.
We will have general parameters of X number of acres, the square footage of the building, but it's not going to be specific to that particular site until a bit later when we do have them on board.
Okay, strange way to do it.
Well,
Not all land's flat, not all land's rectangular.
I understand.
Exactly right.
I understand.
You know, not
If-
all land has the same utility access.
What the goal is trying to get that process started. If we wait, then we're just pushing this out further. And we've done this in other locations where it's not site-specific. We have parameters around that site, but then once we get in the design process, we'll absolutely need to know what those site parameters are.
So Derek, do you have any timeline as to when you may choose that first site, the location of that first site?
It's on schedule for the October 1st Executive Steering Committee.
I would encourage you not to select a site in a vacuum without having discussions with a particular commissioner in whose precinct you intend to build that facility.
Sure.
Don't make that mistake.
We would not do that.
Any other questions?
I would reiterate what Mr. Johnson,
I kind of think all of us
Commissioner
would.
Brooks said.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Adios.
So, members of court, if we can now go back to the administrator section. As we move into item number 3, let me, if I may, just make one comment about the executive committee that they were speaking of. I am a member of that, and I'm attending those meetings. I was unable to make the first meeting and did not get notification on the second one, but I did make the third one. All the materials that they talk about or that we talk about in those meetings, I'm going to forward that to each court member so that you're fully informed as to the activities of that particular committee.
Judge, we had talked about appointing.
Well, at one point, you and I were on a committee with that. Has that committee gone away?
This is a different committee. You remember Mr. Early made a presentation up here probably several months ago about this committee, and the court at that time asked me to be on that, but if there needs to be one of the court members on there too, that would be fine.
We'll think about that, and then let's talk about that maybe in the next week or so.
Okay, very good.
DK, before you move on to the next item, I meant to say this while the folks are still here, but in looking at the Yes to JPS website, it is being updated regularly with good information. So I know that that's something that I kind of was very persistent about, and I just want to thank them for their work keeping that updated.
Very good. So, members of court, if we can now go to the other briefing item, we're going to ask Mr. Tanasia to come forward and give his health update.
Good morning, Your Honor, and members of the court.
Morning.
Back- Yes,
So
sir.
is this item number 3?
Actually, we have, this is a briefing item also, but
It's also a
it
briefing
is
item.
attached and part of item number 3 also.
All right.
So I'm back again with our weekly update for COVID-related issues. So the surge continues on in Tarrant County. We have 337,000 cases, and the number needs to be updated. I think we added an additional, I think the number's 4,039. I have to go back and look. I think we added additional 7. This is an old slide. So I'll go back and double check on those, but I think y'all received my text this morning. The hospitalizations are continuing to trend flat over the last 2 or 3 weeks, which is good news that we're not spiking in the hospitalization area.
But neither are we coming down from that very high plateau.
Just a little bit on the hospitalization side. Other indicators are starting to point lower. I'll show that in a couple of slides. But the hospitalizations, I think we peaked around 1,200. We're back to about 1,094. So a slight relief, and they've been just kind of leveled off at that level. So 23.26% of our hospital capacity. And then yesterday, there's a 8 o'clock call, or I think 8:30 call the judge hosts, and the pediatric number was 1. So I was getting like real excited. I was like, okay, I want to be optimistic. Well, that turned out to be short-lived. I think it was just a reporting lag over the weekend. The actual number is 41 for pediatric hospitalizations, and that's close to the pandemic high. I think we hit a 48, and we've been sort of in that range for quite a while. That's 10% of pediatric bed capacity. The trauma service area E is at 20.26%. So again, a slight decline. I think we peaked out at about 23, 24%. So 3,261 people in the hospital. The little green is Somerville County. I think that's just a data lag of some sort or not correctly reported. The entire area is high disease activity and high hospitalization. So now that I've seen the reports have a glitch, I'm more confident to say that's an actual data issue.
I understand that the number of deaths is a lagging indicator.
Yes, sir.
But that does not seem to be decreasing at all. It seems to be increasing.
It seems to be increasing because we're now several weeks out from when the cases surged, and our daily death counts are higher. They undulate, some days we have heavier numbers, in the 20s, some days there's 10, or I think today is 7. But it is certainly adding to the overall toll. You can see a clear spike in the death numbers. We've surpassed the peak from last July. And we've come kind of halfway to what we saw what happened in December and January. So it is pretty serious, but we've had a lot of cases too over the last few months. The virus is slowing down just a tad bit in the community, 1.02, so it's still spreading faster than what we want, but we're starting to see some signs of stabilization and hopefully a decline coming. And the reason I stay hopeful is look at those 2 top charts at first. The left one is the positivity rate. Essentially, we're in a flat zone for the last 6 weeks or so. We're bouncing between 20 to 22%. That's a very high positivity rate, about 1 in 5 people testing positive. But the good news is it's stable and hopefully will decline because that COVID-like illness chart is starting to show some declines in the numbers. That's people seeking ER care with COVID-like symptoms, and flu has been ruled out. So it's a sort of a telltale sign. Case rates is starting to decline a little bit. We peaked out at 515 per 100,000, and I think we're down to 414 per 100,000. And then the other 2 are the hospital-related charts, and the Tarrant County chart's kind of hard to see, but it is sort of flat over the last 2-3 weeks. Here's the Texas trend. The chart on the right is the main thing I want to talk about. It's the hospitalizations are coming down statewide. So we had a very sharp increase. As you can see, the slope was very aggressive, but we're starting to see a trend downwards, and that's good news for the state of Texas. National trends for disease data, I think we're in a sort of a flattening pattern. The data was sort of unusual spikes there downward and upward due to the holiday reporting issues. But overall, I think we're in a flat trend. The colors are a little bit lighter from previous weeks. So seemingly we're getting over this surge with the Delta variant. They shift. I mean, we had the entire southern 7 or 8 states very dark shades a few weeks ago. Now it's more shifting into the Appalachia and northwest of the country. So hopefully it will, burn down or burn out of the community, and we'll be able to get through this.
Wait.
Yes, sir.
Back up, please. What can you tell us about the state of Nebraska? Are there best practices
No.
going on there, or is it a data glitch?
Like our judge said, there's too many cornfields. No.
Too many cornfields, too many cows.
It's a data reporting issue, I believe. That's been there for quite a few weeks. And this is actually, I like this chart because it's updated several times a day. It's a New York Times chart, so I'm not quite sure where their data, glitch is, but they're not reporting the numbers for Nebraska for quite a while.
I guess that's Omaha that is reporting, and Lincoln is not.
Yeah, there's only a few counties in there that are reporting. It's just a data issue. But here's what I think I've talked about it a couple of times in different meetings, but yesterday was a somber day for our country. We crossed the 675,000 deaths with COVID mark. And why that is important, now we have COVID as the deadliest pandemic that hit the United States on recorded history. The last one was the 1918 flu pandemic, killed 675,000 people in the US. This one has certainly surpassed that. So there was actually a memorial in Washington, D.C. about those folks who passed away with COVID. All those little white dots on the chart there, or on the photo, are white flags in memory of those folks. So again, the point of all of this is we really need to pay attention to what we need to do as a community, and the response needs to be unified, because these are people that are our friends, our families, neighbors that have lost their lives to this pandemic. That's a lot of Americans who've lost their lives. So again, y'all are policymakers, and I know your hands are tied, but we do need policy tools to address this, and as a community, we need unified effort to beat back the pandemic. Otherwise, if we argue with each other, I'm going to wear a mask, I'm not going to wear a mask, I'm going to take vaccine, I'm not going to take vaccine, we're going to continue to see these things occur for a while yet, and there will be more damage. But if we unify and move towards the goal of beating the virus, we can do this very quickly. There are things that are in our hands right now: getting vaccinated, wearing a mask, avoiding large crowds. And there are good pieces of news developing. There's an oral antiviral. I think Merck is the company that has had some pharmaceutical trials going on. There was a big one in New Mexico. My understanding is that they completed stage 3 clinical trials. So the oral pill hopefully will be approved somewhere soon, in the fall. We don't know an exact timeline. There's some media reports about potentially up to December. But that tool, when it comes, it will make this more manageable. Just like we have with the flu, we have Tamiflu and other oral antivirals you can take at home. Currently, there's nothing available for COVID that you can really take at home. So this will be an additional tool. But till those tools develop, we need these public health measures to continue to minimize the damage in our community and get through it. So quick update on vaccines. Again, slow but steady improvements in the county. Overall, as you can see, almost 987,000 people have received their full vaccination series. That's 57% of the eligible population and 47% of the total. I did look at a gap between the first and second doses, because that was kind of a new story, that almost 2 million Texans are behind. In Tarrant County, the number was about 150,000. So my team's sort of strategizing on how to reach out and encourage, because these are not people that we vaccinated. It's all across the county. So we're going to try to do some messaging about completing their series so that they can stay fully protected. Again, very encouraging improvements, especially in that 12 to 15-year-old age group. There's about 37% of those folks that are now vaccinated. Just about 2 weeks ago, I was sort of lamenting that it was about 30% and the schools were open, a lot of cases were happening. So parents are listening and they're watching what's happening, so they're taking their kids to get vaccinated. So that's good news that slow but steady improvements are underway in every area. And then a few other updates. I took out one of the charts about the mobile vaccination efforts, because it's available and it's happening in a lot of places. But the big news is today, City of Fort Worth is launching a 6-lane drive-through vaccination site. The preparation was in anticipation of these booster doses that were supposed to come, and the FDA committee declined to authorize those for all of the folks. But again, it's an additional vaccination site. There's been a need for drive-through locations, so that addresses that. It's at the Wilkerson Grimes Activity Center in South Fort Worth. You're very familiar, across from the TCC South Campus, close to our resource connection. So that's a great location. We'll be partnering with them to assist in any way possible. And then in the community, mobile pop-up efforts continue. Fort Worth's doing it, we're doing it, MedStar is helping, City of Arlington's helping. We have a lot of locations that in the Northeast now different fire departments want like a single day drive-through within their fire bays. So we're coordinating with them to make that happen. So a lot of different efforts. TCC sites are open. There's 5 vaccination sites on 5 campuses. And then, of course, there's pharmacies. Overall in the county, I think we have over 250 pharmacies, but about 150 at the last check had vaccine available in plenty supply. So it's all good news in the vaccination efforts.
You know, back on that, I
Yes,
know
sir.
that you and I've talked, and we've got some meetings, but I think we do need to begin planning for the boosters.
Yes, sir.
What are you hearing on the Pfizer 5 to 11?
So the data shows that it's effective. I think what I read was about 1/3 of the dose for adults is what they're talking about. A final approval will come from the FDA and CDC. The expected date is October sometime. Just when I was sitting here, a news story broke out, vaccines for kids by Halloween. Hopefully that's the case, but we'll wait and see.
So a plan for, you know, if the boosters are approved. Secondly, a plan for the 5 to 11.
Yes, sir.
From that perspective. And then, you know, I was talking with Chelsea, just a plan for if we have another spike as we move into the fall with flu and with everything else that's going to be coming down the road. We need to really begin developing our plans for that and being prepared to move forward with that.
Absolutely. Yes,
from that
sir.
standpoint.
So I know Commissioner Allen had asked about a few updates and links. So we try to kind of organize that on one slide so it's easy to understand. So our main landing page for all COVID-related information has been coronavirus.tarrantcounty.com. But on that page, there's several little icons that people can navigate to different pages from. Or they can just go directly to what these are called vanity URLs, easy to remember names. So if you want to find vaccine, where are the most recent locations, you can go to tarrantcounty.com/vaccine finder. If you actually, at some point it was important to register for vaccination because there was too much demand and you had to kind of organize around it. Now it is not as important. You can just walk into these sites, but that website is still active, tarrantcounty.com/COVID-shot. And then there have been different times in the community where people have complained they can't find transportation to get to a vaccine site. That link is still working and the effort is still ongoing, tarrantcounty.com/vaccine rides. In fact, just to give you a preview, we're working with Trinity Metro to convert a bus into a Vaxmobile. Yet to be determined all the details. We received some grant funding that we're going to work with them on, but that effort's underway. A few weeks out yet, but we're trying to make effort, and we're going to pick some, you know, hard-to-reach neighborhoods as a route. So we'll bring you back more details once everything's finalized. But again, that effort's ongoing. And as testing information, you know, testing demand spiked again, so we have that vanity URL there, tarrantcounty.com/COVID testing. All the little pop-up sites go on there, more fixed locations are on there, and over this week, we're gonna add some more finder features on those, both the testing page and the vaccine page, so easy to find with a zip code and other things. So a lot of different features coming. And then the question that Commissioner asked last time was, if somebody was to self-report that I took a rapid test at home and I want to self-report to public health so they can give me guidance, that icon was already there. I had forgotten about it, but the page name was tarrantcounty.com/COVID report. People can go online and report themselves, a family member, however they want to do it. In fact, at some point, we were even saying if a business wants to talk about their employees, that, hey, I have 5 cases in my business, you can log in and do it on your own instead of having each person do it. But either way works. And we get occasional things like that, you know, coming through still on the website. And then the one page that was not there, we created new, was tarrantcounty.com/COVID infusions. So it has information on the infusion centers. Thank you, Commissioner, for pointing that out. We're trying to tie it all in so that the landing page is the main navigation page. You can link out to all of those. But if people have any issues accessing any of this information, the hotline is still available, 817-248-6299, and we can help people navigate that information or give them verbal information on the phone. They have access to language line, so if there's any translation issues, that's usually taken care of that as well. So quick wrap up sort of on the mobile testing operation, because the larger sites are actually starting to show their impact. So the mobile testing, as you can see, is starting to decline in demand. This is what we wanted because the demand was outstripping the capacity we had at those locations. So 2 of the large sites have gone in, and next week I'll replace this chart with their numbers. But they're doing good. I mean, they're doing anywhere between 300 to 500 people, depending on how the demand is between the 2 sites. So the mobile testing starting to decline. Next week will be our last week for most of these locations. I think we're ready to about turn off 5 of the 6 locations. And the first one we may turn off, Commissioner, is the Northeast. We only saw 16 people this Monday. So we may not bring that site back next Monday. I'll discuss with the team a little bit and do some advertising about it, because there's a site right across at the TCC that's a bigger vendor-hosted site, and then we have ours at the Northeast Annex. So I think we're just there, but the demand has shifted. And then 3 more sites are currently planned. They're going to come live at the end of this month. I think the go-live dates are 27th, 28th, and the 30th. One is going to be at the Benton Plaza in East Arlington. And then these are drive-through / drive-up style locations with a tent in the parking lot. And then there will be another one at the AISD Athletics Complex, the new building that they built just south of the AT&T Stadium. And then the final one would be at the Mansfield Performing Arts Center in the parking lot. So these sites will come online and hopefully alleviate some of the demand that we have at the sub-courthouse locations. And we're going to try to coordinate. Our sites will go off. These new sites will come on, and hopefully, we can shift all the traffic over to these vendor-hosted locations. And we'll continue to look for sites in the northwest of the county. We've had some trouble locating appropriate locations, and we'll work with Commissioner Johnson's office, see if there's any other ideas on what we can explore. So that's all I have, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Vinny, who is currently eligible for the boosters?
So currently, people that are immunocompromised, and that means somebody that has active immunocompromised issue, like they are organ transplant recipient, they have high-dose steroids being given for some condition, they're actively on chemotherapy, those type of folks that are actively immunosuppressed, they have HIV. Those are the ones,
I keep hearing that people over 65 are eligible.
So that was a discussion at the FDA committee last Friday. It got recommended, but it has to go through its approval process. So the committee recommended, FDA is probably going to agree, and then it will go to the ACIP, which guides the CDC's decision. CDC is the ultimate authority because the National Vaccine Program is under their authority. So it will take probably another week and a couple of meetings before it's all finalized. So 65 and older got recommended, and anybody 17 and older with high-risk situation, and we're waiting for sort of guidance on what that, clarification is on those high risks.
I was listening this morning to
Yes, sir.
Good Morning America, and they said 65 plus were eligible and encouraged to get the booster.
Yes, sir.
You're saying that's a little ahead of time.
That's a little, just maybe about a week ahead of time. We're waiting for final approval. Again, it's a process, and I just want to make sure people understand that it's not just one entity. There's multiple independent reviews before everything's done.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
We have a couple of couple of audience participations. First is Devin Pipes, wish to speak on vaccine incentives. Good morning.
Hello again. I'm just speaking against the vaccine incentives for a number of reasons. One, I don't think it'll be effective. I think it's a time issue rather than a financial issue. It wouldn't, $50 or even double it at $100 wouldn't do any difference for me or anybody that I'm aware of that hasn't been vaccinated yet. And then financially speaking, it doesn't make sense to add to the budget even more and all that stuff. I just wonder, how far does it go? Are we going to start paying people who don't smoke? Are we going to start paying people to eat a salad rather than go to McDonald's? Where does it end for paying people for health choices? So I'm just against it for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pounce. Next is Charles, is it Ledmeyer? Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Name's a mouthful, but it's easier to spell than it is to pronounce.
I've found that the case many times.
Well, good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I've got just a couple of quick points. Can everyone hear me?
Yes,
I speak more than I listen these days, so I have to check on that. But the first thing is I expect my local officials to not pay people to be vaccinated. I don't want my tax money spent that way because I figure if the federal government, the media, and the education establishment can't convince people to take a free vaccine, why should we throw our money on that pile? I'm just talking about fiscal responsibility and not in trying to pay people to take a vaccine that they might not take otherwise. I'm vaccinated. I've been vaccinated since February, and I've not had any bad effects from it. So I'm not anti-vax. I'm fiscally responsible. Second thing is I wanted to leave you all with a document that's been promoted by Dr. Robert Malone. He's one of the early developers of the RMA vaccine, or whatever you call it, this new type of vaccine. And he's not anti-vaccine, as you would expect, but he is encouraging other doctors to come forward and speak about the way they're being treated today. I experienced this with my own doctor. He said, if you have a temperature, don't come here. Don't come to my clinic. Go to the emergency room. You go to the emergency room, they tell you to go home and wait till you get real sick and then come back. Does that make sense? If I had a bladder infection, what would I say if my doctor told me to go home and wait till I got sick? Understand, this is not an anti-vax message. This is a request for a broader understanding of how to deal with a virus. There's other ways. And so I hope that some way this can be disseminated among our public officials to have a broader understanding of what our doctors are facing and the onslaught. There's only one acceptable solution today, and that's to get vaccinated. That might not be right for everybody, but my doctor should be the one to help me with that, not some guy in Washington. So that's my message. Appreciate y'all listening.
Thank you, Charles.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
being here today. Next is Robert Bucher. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Get any questions?
We did get your attachment though, which I haven't read it in its entirety, but
I'm sorry. I speak better than I
I
listen.
was just saying we did get your attachment, which I hadn't read it in its entirety, but we will.
They've
Look at your
received
attach-
they've received your attachment in.
Did you get the attachment?
We did.
Yes.
Good. It's 5 pages. It's very clearly written. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. Robert Bucher.
I'd have to agree with the gentleman right there. I mean, I'm not anti-vax. I'm not vaccinated, but we have the freedom of choice, and that's what makes where we live great. I think right now we just need to look at the broader. I don't think it's fiscally responsible. I kind of really think it's almost to the point of wasteful spending now. Maybe not down the road though. But I think right now we just need to look at some other things before we go down that road. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Haynes?
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the court, if we can go back to item number 3 under the administrator section. As part of that document, we have attached our weekly report from our office. It's a weekly overview on the coronavirus. It provides all the data and charts and information, updated data and charts that you've seen in the past. We're simply asking that you receive and file that document.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Recorder, we can go now to item number 5. And also, Your Honor, I do think we have a phone-in for comments on item number 4 that even though we're holding that particular item, I don't know if you want to address that at this time or wait until we get to the point of public comments. Should be your last one.
Yeah, I've got that here. Let's go ahead and address that item at this point in time since it is agenda related. Hello?
Yes. This is Stevens.
I am not, just a second, let me see if I can increase the volume a little bit here. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Okay, we're at the audience participation time. Well, we're at item number 4 on our agenda, even though we've pulled it off the agenda. And I think you were informed about that. You still asked to make comments, so you have 3 minutes to make whatever comments you'd wish to make.
Okay. Well, first I wanted to go ahead and say that good morning to the commissioners. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak directly to you. I realize that item agenda 4 of the tax abatement agreement with Rivian has been pulled for further consideration, and I do appreciate that being done so that a more informed decision can be made around some of the stipulations that need to be made inside that agreement. I'm Steve Reese. I am definitely voicing my support of bringing these new, good-paying, clean energy jobs to Tarrant, but as long as they have a stipulation. We need to make sure that these wage packages for non-supervisory personnel be closely reviewed to ensure that they lift our workforce and to not perpetuate any of the widening economic inequity currently being experienced in the region. I am a proud member of a local union and a working electrician with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. I also serve as an executive board member to the Tarrant County Central Labor Council, which represents 35,000 members in the region, including tradespersons who have built other Rivian plants. So it is essential and important that I clarify that I am fully in support of bringing this company here, but we need to make sure that these jobs are good-paying jobs. Today, I am speaking to you as a constituent and a taxpayer of Tarrant County. I wholeheartedly do want these jobs to be unionized, but I know that no matter what, this court has the duty and the obligation to ensure that any tax abatements that are awarded are treated as an investment in the future, but not only in jobs, but in good-paying, livable wage packages and work opportunities for our residents. We have a further obligation to ensure the future of our children and their economic prospects, and this is a deal that looks forward and impacts our area for decades to come. Currently, the proposal sits within Fort Worth ISD. That same ISD currently has a bond proposal in November being voted on for $1.4 billion that's asking for us to update buildings for 85,000 children that they service, which also happens to be 85% of lower income households in Fort Worth. So to make it clear, this package is offering close to $500 million of taxpayer revenue and giving it to a company as an investment, while another governing body within that same jurisdiction is asking us, the residents, for 3 times that amount because it's needed to properly educate our children. And I want to make sure that this court is not giving up the farm without adequate return on that investment. It is our money, and we need to make sure that those positions are paying fair wages. So thank you again for making sure that this is going to be considered carefully and for pulling that item for further consideration. I appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Russ. Goodbye.
All right.
Let's take about a 5-minute break before we move forward. Text, uh-oh.
To my sister's backyard in Colorado Springs. Hey, are you gonna do it?
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
I'm not listening.
This meeting, I just assumed we were going straight. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. But if he needs me to go down there, I will.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that you I advised the court that, and the next meeting here.
Go ahead.
Members of the court, if we could now go to item number 5 under the administrator section. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve a lease agreement between Healthcare Realty Services, Inc. and Acclaim Physician Group for space located at 1250 8th Avenue, Suite 600 in Fort Worth. And this is upon a recommendation of the Board of Managers. They made that recommendation and approved this request on September 9th of this year.
Move to approve. Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And then finally, members of the court, on item number 6, we're requesting that the court approve a professional services agreement between Tarrant County and Project Mediation Pros to provide basic mediation training services.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Helen? Good morning.
Good morning.
Or
good
afternoon.
Yeah, that time too. The Budget and Risk Management Department is requesting a transfer of funds from the undesignated and the group insurance to the county's workers' comp of $7 million. And we're asking your approval of that.
Undesignated to undesignated.
Undesignated to reserves and actual claims.
Move for approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. We've talked about this. I fully support this, but I would like for us to, very soon after the end of our fiscal year, look at all of our reserves wherever we may have them and bring back the auditor I know normally has this, and I think sometime in the month of October, where we look at reserves, the calculations that we had made and the policies that we have set. And so I hope that we'll be able to do that as rapidly as possible in October.
We'll talk to the auditor.
Thank you. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Morning, Hyder.
How are you doing? We come today with 3 items for the court. The first one of them is the approval of the proposed pay rate increase for election judges and clerks. We came here 2 years ago to ask for an increase, which was approved, and our election workers are happy with it and appreciate it, but we believe it's time to increase it. This has been budgeted for. We have the funds for it, and we believe it will help us alleviate some of the difficulties we're having recruiting poll workers because of the pay rate.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Second item is the approval of the permanent branch early voting sites for the joint general and special elections on November 2nd. There's a list attached to the court communication with the 48 sites that we are recommending for it.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
The last item we have is the approval of the election day polling location changes for the joint general and special elections to be conducted on November 2nd. Since we joined vote centers, we have a master list of the 340 locations that the court has asked us to maintain. So this list details which ones of those are not available and where we've had to make changes because of availability. We're down to 324 for this November election.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Ms. Glenn? Whoops. Come on down, Ange.
Move to receive and file personnel agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the personnel agenda. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Our next item is requesting approval of leave and pay options related to the COVID-19 pandemic. I want to take a minute and just refresh your memories on where we are currently with that leave option, and then give you a few options as to how we can proceed. So pandemic leave, excuse me, has been approved starting January 1st through the end of September. So we are obviously here seeking next steps. So the way pandemic leave works today, we have 80 hours of leave available to employees who have been advised by a healthcare provider to quarantine, or they're seeking medical advice on what to do related to an illness. The other reason that we have is for employees who are caring for individuals who are either quarantined, i.e. a spouse or a child, or they are also seeking medical diagnosis. The third and different reason that we have for pandemic leave is for employees whose children have lost school or daycare providers due to COVID-related reasons. So a school has closed, a daycare has closed. That is, instead of the 80 weeks, it is an additional 10 weeks, or excuse me, 80 hours. It's an additional 10 weeks. So the 80 hours is paid at 100%. The 10 weeks is paid at 2/3 of base pay. So what we're looking for today is direction on how to proceed effective October 1st. So in your court communication, we have 4 options. We can do any of those options. We can go out and limb and do a different option. This is a voluntary leave program, so I want to remind you there really are not federal requirements or state requirements that guide your decision. The first option, we can continue pandemic leave as it is. I would suggest that we look at this through the end of the calendar year, December 31st, and look at it again towards the end of the year for a new status. Option 2, we can continue pandemic leave as it is, but for vaccinated employees only, again through December 31st of this year. Option 3, we can continue providing the 80 hours of pandemic leave for reasons related to children under 12. The rationale behind this being those children are not able to get vaccinated. So if there are issues that employees have with children, either quarantine issues, seeking medical advice, or the closure of that child's place of care or school, we would suggest in this option continue providing the 80 hours. We would recommend, however, eliminating the 10 weeks of pandemic leave for child care purposes. And option 4 would be to discontinue pandemic leave altogether, effective October 1st. At this point, I can provide information, answer questions.
So if we did number 4, then it would basically just be saying that we're going to treat pandemic like any other illness along that type lines and move on from there.
Correct.
I think the legislature may have foreclosed option 4 to us. They have instructed us that we must do certain things for certain classes of employees related to pandemic leave.
If what you're referring to is quarantine leave, you're correct. Quarantine leave for our peace officers, for our EMTs, and for our detention staff remains in effect. We did get that policy passed, I think 2 weeks ago now, that it will continue to be in effect for the foreseeable future.
So you parsed that a little bit too thinly for me. What is the difference between pandemic leave and quarantine leave?
So quarantine leave applies to peace officers, to detention staff, and to EMT staff. And it provides leave time to anybody who has been exposed at work to communicable diseases. It's not specific to COVID. And it doesn't, the difference between pandemic and quarantine is it doesn't provide the spouse or child coverage, and it doesn't provide coverage for any situations where schools or daycares are closed. It's for the employee situation only.
And the communicable disease is determined by the health department?
It is determined by a statute. I couldn't tell you exactly which one, but the local health authority has to quarantine those individuals.
There's part of me that believes that if one segment of our employees are going to be in a category, then all of our employees need to be in that same category.
I agree with that.
But then again, what you're saying is this only pertains to the employees and does not reach beyond them to their kids, to childcare, to their spouse, to anybody else. It purely is just if the public health says that these people need to be quarantined, then they will be quarantined and will be, I guess the question is they're paid. Does that mean we cannot force them to use sick time or time that they have at that point in time?
That's correct. If they're eligible for quarantine leave, we must pay them quarantine leave.
So if we were to choose option 4, we could put a quote in there, except as required by state law for not just law enforcement employees, but for all employees of the county.
We could do an option 5 that says pandemic leave continues for reason 1, essentially. And reason 1 of pandemic leave is the employee's been advised to quarantine or is seeking medical advice.
I cannot support option 4.
Okay.
Will you repeat the option 5, though?
Option 5, just responding to the judge, could be extending pandemic leave only under Reason 1. And Reason 1 is the employee has been advised by a healthcare provider to quarantine or is seeking a medical diagnosis or care.
I think we ought to give this thing 3 more months, and I would support option 1.
Was that a motion?
I'll make it a motion if the judge is ready for it.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And if I could just clarify one thing, the intent is not to give additional leave. If it's been used or some portion of it has been used, then the 80 hours is 80 hours.
Correct. That's my, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And Amber Duckworth's going to handle our next item.
Thank you, Ann.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm requesting that the Commissioners Court approve the Tarrant County's annual determined contribution rate to the Texas County and District Retirement System effective January 1, 2022. There is a basic required rate so that TCDRS on our behalf can invest for current employees' future benefits and pay down unfunded liabilities within a 20-year period. That required rate for 2022 is 13.86%, and that rate included in the FY 2022 budget is 19.5%, which is the same elected rate that we did for fiscal year 21. So each year, the Commissioners Court may choose to award a cost of living to Tarrant County retirees as either a flat rate COLA or one that is based on the Consumer Price Index. If the COLA is funded in the contribution rate, it is funded over 15 years, which will cause the employer required rate to creep up a bit. Flat rate is based on the retiree's current benefit amount, and all retirees would receive the same percentage. The CPI takes into consideration inflation and how much has occurred since a retiree's benefit began. So this COLA restores the benefit in proportion to lost buying power. So not all retirees will see an increase based on this type of COLA for the CPI. Those who retired more recently will receive less of this type of COLA. In recent years, the county has authorized a rate higher than the required rate in order to pay down those unfunded liabilities. And as of December 31st, 2020, the county's funding ratio is at 87.8%. The court has expressed interest in reaching a 90% funding ratio. So at this time, I would like you to consider 4 options. Option 1 is the employer elected rate of 19.5%. Again, that's what we're doing for 21. With no retiree COLA. That's resulting in a $19,177,684 of unfunded liability contributions. Option 2 would be a 50% CPI COLA with the employer elected rate, again at 19.5%. And the 50% CPI-based retiree COLA, resulting in unfunded liability contributions up to $9,979,140. The cost of the COLA is estimated at $9,198,544. Option 3 is the 1% flat rate. That is, again, the employer elected rate of 19.5% with the 1% flat rate retiree COLA. That's resulting in unfunded liability contributions up to $9,196,638 for a cost of the COLA estimated at $9,981,046. Option 4 would be the least expensive at 40% CPI with, again, the elected rate at 19.5% and the 40% CPI-based retiree COLA, resulting in unfunded liability contributions up to $17,853,326. Cost of that COLA is estimated at $1,324,358. Just a reminder, the cost of COLA estimates are based on actuarial assumptions, including the mortality rates and TCDRS investment returns. These assumptions are long-term, and actual experiences is expected to vary from year to year.
Amber, what did we do last year?
We did a 1% flat rate.
I move for a 1% flat rate.
So option 3. That'd be option 3, right? Okay. Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? One of the things that affected our unfunded liability was, I believe, didn't TCDRS go from an 8% assumption to a 7.5%, which caused our number to go down because we had been somewhere around 89% in prior years. So that's one of the things that we did.
And so the year that they calculated this with the 87, is that the current year or is that last year?
That is current.
Well, it would have been current, it would have been December of 2020. Yeah, we haven't gotten,
So that was the period that we were heavily involved in COVID and the markets were down to a certain extent.
Maybe.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah, so last year we were at 89.3.
Okay, that's what I thought. It makes a big difference when you pull that estimated earnings for the future down like that.
Yeah, when you move the goalposts, it changes the entire game.
Any other discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Ms. Glenn? We had discussions earlier about a gender salary survey.
Yes.
Could you please bring to the court next week a timeline for us accomplishing?
Yes, I can certainly do that. And Commissioner Allen did make mention of her interest in having us take a look at that during our discussion about compensation just in general. That topic did come up. And so what we've done so far is internally in HR, we've had some conversations about how we might be able to extract data that we have currently and presented. And then our next step, of course, was to get with Commissioner Allen to make sure that we at least were trying to address what her concerns were. But yes, we're happy to bring it back on next week and decide how the court would like to move forward.
And I support her 100% on making sure that we're, falling right in line with all of that. So please, if you would, I'd appreciate that very much.
Happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tina.
Purchasing. Again, congratulations.
Thank you. Many, many more years, huh?
How many?
Many more years.
25 years.
25 more years.
Yeah, so that means it's going to be a lot more than what your husband had with the county before.
Yeah, I'll probably surpass him then. Okay, good afternoon. We have 3 items for your consideration. The first item is an award recommendation regarding RFP number 2021-101 for community-based detention services for juvenile services, awarding to youth advocate programs in the amount of $70,000. If approved, we're also requesting contract approval.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
The second item is also an award recommendation regarding bid number 2021-142. This is our annual contract for preventative maintenance and repair of air compressors for facilities management, awarding to MS Air per unit price.
Move for approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And the third and last item is a request for approval of an invoice payment regarding bid number 2020-044, regarding our annual contract for fitness center equipment for human resources to Fit Supply in the amount of $155.60. This was just an unauthorized purchase for some dumbbells.
This is what, I'm sorry.
It was just an unauthorized purchase, so it didn't come through our office. It was purchased by our wellness coordinator for a set of dumbbells.
Move approval.
I will second because I don't want that individual to have to write a check for $155.60, but one of these days we might get somebody to do that.
So this was a new employee, and he thought he was doing the right thing, and he has been directed on the correct process by Ms. Glenn.
Train them up, Mr. Manius.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any appointments today? Being none, then you have before you the claims, including the addendum.
Move approval of the claims, including the addendum.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the claims, including the addendum. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Fairly soon, and I know, again, your ARPA committee is working diligently on many things, but I would like to have the discussion centered around our capital expenditures and the discussions we had last week regarding a kind of we passed a bunch of stuff, but I'm not sure we knew we were passing a bunch of stuff. So I'd like to have that discussion specifically with regards to capital expenditures and, and personnel related to that as we get into we've talked about trying to meet as a group and to look and to go forward with that. I've begun to kind of mention to people that maybe if we could get all the entities to tithe their monies for common priorities, that might be a good approach to take. But again, I don't know whether I'll have any success in doing that, but I just don't want to wake up and we spend everything, so.
Judge, I would like to see justification on all these new positions. I just want to see it.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Again, I was surprised, and it's not, it's in no way, shape, or form reflective upon that committee. That committee was doing exactly what we've asked, and I think has done a tremendous job of going through and looking at that. But I just think that we need to, better understand. And again, I'm hoping, my hope is that we do not spend that money on what would be spent in the normal course of our budget and deals, that we take this as a hopefully once in a lifetime process, and that we don't end up missing an opportunity to make some significant impact on the future of Tarrant County. Anything else, Mr. Manius?
Not at this time. We have one additional audience
Thank you
participation.
very much. Yes, Thomas, come on down. the drill.
Judge Whitley, I do know the drill. I'm not certain that you know the drill. Commissioners, fellow citizens, public employees, my mother taught me two things that were pretty important in life. One was to never point out people's bad manners. The other was to pick and choose when you stand up to bullies. My father taught me to always stand up for your rights. As a 35-year veteran in the U.S. military, both the Navy in World War II and Korea, and the Air Force well past Vietnam. I wanted to explain to you that when you interrupt a speaker during a public hearing, the fact that their train of thought is different than yours, or that they think recursively and you think linearly, is not your call to make. The fact that it is the most broadest topic that someone could have in a public hearing, which is the entire year's budget for the county, which means the person could talk about paper clips for 3 minutes, or a $125 million building. The fact that you think that it's okay to talk over a fellow commissioner and to correct them or to gaslight them tells me that you don't respect the 600,000 constituents inside their space. Those 600,000 constituents, roughly, because you're the math guy, are part of your constituent base also. The fact that weekly when we come here and people watch on TV, you have no idea what your fellow commissioners want to hear at a hearing. You don't know what the public online wants to hear from the speaker at a hearing. You don't know what the media, the free press wants to hear. So for you to consistently interrupt speakers and violate the First Amendment shows disrespect to the Constitution and the First Amendment. I will point out that every time I get up to speak, whether it's to reveal criminal activity or to point out unlawful behavior on your part, the district attorney walks out of the room. It's consistent. She has a public integrity unit that is supposed to police your behavior and your violation of rights, because the moment you speak and interrupt and take some of the 3 minutes, you're using oppressive acts because you don't want to hear it yourself. The whole point of dissent, of talking about something that makes you uncomfortable, the right of redress and petition the court, is a fundamental United States citizen's right. Now, set all that aside for a second. I have 2 courses of options. I can ask your fellow commissioners to censure you when you do that, to the person that might have a speech impediment or a hearing disability or a difficulty in terms of how they think and process things. But you feel entitled to interrupt them. Or I can go to federal court, since the DA won't do her job, and file yet another federal pro se lawsuit against you.
Anything else, Mr. Mays?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
We will recess our open meeting and proceed to close to discuss items exempted under Section 551, .071, 072, 074, 076, and 087 of the Texas Government Code. Having returned from our closed session and there not being any business, we have only an announcement to make.
Yes, we wanted to make the court aware that the Commissioners Court will not be meeting either October 5th or October 12th. Okay, thank you.
So plan your long vacation. With that, we will be closing today again in memory of the two Sheriff's Department employees as well as the facilities employee. We stand adjourned.